University, UNNES has 15 international graduate and undergraduate programs spread in 8 faculties. They are Early Childhood Education, English Education, Japanese Literature, Geography, Mathematics Education, Chemistry Engineering, Health, Sports and Recreation Education, Public Health, Law, Economics Development, Economics Education, Social Science Education, and Sports Education. With its green environment, it is the perfect place to learn about conservation and enhance our awareness of nature. UNNES provides us the chance to learn a lot of things, mostly Indonesian culture, and more specifically Japanese culture, such as playing the traditional Japanese music instrument known as gamelan, learning the traditional Japanese dance, with other UNNES students, we learn more about traditional Indonesian games and sports.
Yes, it has been so much fun. We have played balap karung, takiak, and played a lot of tennis, and just hanging out with the locals. It has been really nice, so nice.
I really like being a student here at UNNES. The classes are very interesting and our fellow students are really kind and friendly to us.
We play together and share happiness and joy with the kids.
UNNES is surrounded by a lot of places you can visit every day. So hang out with friends, finish your homework, or even just to enjoy the night. Universitas Negeri Semarang, also known as UNNES, is one of the conservation universities in Indonesia. As a world-class university, UNNES has 15 international graduate and undergraduate programs spread in 8 faculties. They are Early Childhood Education, English Education, Japanese Literature, Geography, Mathematics Education, Chemistry Engineering, Health, Sports and Recreation Education, Public Health, Law, Economics Development, Economics Education, Social Science Education, and Sports Education. With its green environment, it is the perfect place to learn about conservation and enhance our awareness of nature. UNNES provides us the chance to learn a lot of things, mostly Indonesian culture, and more specifically Japanese culture, such as playing the traditional Japanese music instrument known as gamelan, learning the traditional Japanese dance, with other UNNES students, we learn more about traditional Indonesian games and sports.
Yes, it has been so much fun. We have played balap karun, backyard, and played a lot of tennis, and just hanging out with the local students. It has been really nice, so nice.
I really like being a student here at UNNES. The classes are very interesting and our fellow students are really kind and friendly to us.
We play together and share happiness and joy with the kids.
UNNES is surrounded by a lot of places you can visit every day. So hang out with friends, finish your homework, or even just to enjoy the night. I am, 1,000 miles away from home at Universitas Negeri Semarang. So, what are you waiting for? Come to UNNES and experience it all. Universitas Negeri Semarang, also known as UNNES, is one of the conservation universities in Indonesia. As a world-class university, UNNES has 15 international graduate and undergraduate programs spread in 8 faculties. They are Early Childhood Education, English Education, Japanese Literature, Geography, Mathematics Education, Chemistry Engineering, Health, Sports and Recreation Education, Public Health, Law, Economics Development, Economics Education, Social Science Education, and Sports Education. With its green environment, it is the perfect place to learn about conservation and enhance our awareness of nature. UNNES provides us the chance to learn a lot of things, mostly Indonesian culture, and more specifically Japanese culture, such as playing the traditional Japanese music instrument known as gamelan, learning the traditional Japanese dance, with other UNNES students, we learn more about traditional Indonesian games and sports.
Yes, it has been so much fun. We have played balap karun, takiak, and played a lot of tennis, and just hanging out with the local students. It has been really nice. So nice.
I really like being a student here at UNNES. The classes are very interesting and our fellow students are really kind and friendly to us.
We play together and share happiness and joy with the kids.
UNNES is surrounded by a lot of places you can visit every day. So hang out with friends, finish your homework, or even just to enjoy the night. I am, 1,000 miles away from home at Universitas Negeri Semarang. So, what are you waiting for? Come to UNNES and experience it all.
Mueve tus pies, mueve tus pies, mueve tus pies, vamos de fiesta. Mueve tu cuerpo, mueve tus manos, mueve tus pies, vamos de fiesta.
Hi, we had a wonderful time here at the joint summer program at UNNES. We have been living like the other students, and we have joined several classes around the different faculties. And we have experienced a lot of students who are very friendly and helpful, and they helped us have a very good time.
Hoy es un día precioso, cuídate todas las penas, porque solo se vive una vez, disfruta y trae todo el amor. Baila, 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 baila. Mueve tus pies, mueve tus pies, mueve tus pies, vamos de fiesta. Mueve tu cuerpo, mueve tus manos, mueve tus pies, vamos de fiesta. Sigue a tu corazón. Ven, vamos, vamos de fiesta. Sigue a tu corazón. Ven, vamos, vamos de fiesta.
UNNES is a wonderful university, and all the faculties are in very beautiful surroundings. It's very easy to get around, and it's very nice to see all the different faculties.
La música es lo que te hace feliz. Vamos canta, vamos a cantar. Como verte en mis manos, amigo. Seguimos el ritmo de la música. Baila, 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 baila. Mueve tus pies, mueve tus pies, mueve tus pies, vamos de fiesta. Mueve tu cuerpo, mueve tus manos, mueve tus pies, vamos de fiesta. Sigue a tu corazón. Ven, vamos, vamos de fiesta. Sigue a tu corazón. Ven, vamos, vamos de fiesta. Mueve tus pies, mueve tus pies, mueve tus pies, vamos de fiesta. Mueve tu cuerpo, mueve tus manos, mueve tus pies, vamos de fiesta. Ven, vamos, vamos de fiesta. Ven, vamos, vamos de fiesta.
UNNES is great.
Lima 55 tahun perjalanan Universitas Negeri Semarang menjadi pilar kemajuan pendidikan Indonesia. 55 tahun mengantar talenta muda mengabdi di berbagai penjuru persada, menebar nilai konservasi, menginspirasi kemajuan negeri. Dilandasi niat mulia mencerdaskan bangsa, Universitas Negeri Semarang lahir tahun 1965 Ia bermetamorfosis menjadi rumah ilmu pengembang peradaban unggul menjadi kebanggaan Indonesia. Ia selaksa kereta, di mana niat tulus menjadi rel, dan prestasi menjadi energi penggeraknya. Itulah yang mengantarkan UNNES dewasa menemu jati dirinya siap menapaki hari baru sebagai universitas berkelas dunia. Secara kelembagaan, sejak tahun 2016, UNNES telah dikukuhkan sebagai universitas unggul terakreditasi A. Ia juga menjadi rumah ilmu yang diminati anak-anak muda, menjadi peringkat 5 perguruan tinggi paling diminati di Indonesia. Kualitas akademik mengundang pengakuan masyarakat dunia dalam 10 tahun terakhir. Akselerasi jumlah prodi terakreditasi A mencapai 65%. Pada waktu yang sama, lembaga-lembaga dunia mengakui keunggulan melalui akreditasi dan sertifikasi internasional yang diperolehnya. Hasilnya, Universitas Negeri Semarang menjadi ruang nyaman bagi lahirnya cendekia muda berkelas dunia. Prestasi mahasiswa bertebaran dalam bidang akademik, inovasi, kewirausahaan, seni, dan olahraga. Laksana pohon yang terus bertumbuh, semakin rindang, semakin indah, semakin besar kebermanfaatannya. UNNES unggul untuk Indonesia maju.
Halo, Assalamualaikum Pak Parmin. Pak Parmin. Pak Parmin. Pak Parmin.
Universitas Negeri Semarang, also known as UNNES, is one of the conservation universities in Indonesia. As a world-class university, UNNES has 15 international graduate and undergraduate programs spread in 8 faculties. They are Early Childhood Education, English Education, Japanese Literature, Geography, Mathematics Education, Chemistry Engineering, Health, Sports and Recreation Education, Public Health, Law, Economics Development, Economics Education, Social Science Education, and Sports Education. With its green environment, it is the perfect place to learn about conservation and enhance our awareness of nature. UNNES provides us the chance to learn a lot of things, mostly Indonesian culture, and more specifically Japanese culture, such as playing the traditional Japanese music instrument known as gamelan, learning the traditional Japanese dance, with other UNNES students, we learn more about traditional Indonesian games and sports.
Yes, it has been so much fun. We have played balap karung, rakyat, and played a lot of tennis, and just hanging out with the local students. It has been really nice. So nice.
I really like being a student here at UNNES. The classes are very interesting and our fellow students are really kind and friendly to us.
We play together and share happiness and joy with the kids.
UNNES is surrounded by a lot of places you can visit every day. So hang out with friends, finish your homework, or even just to enjoy the night. I am 1,000 miles away from home at Universitas Negeri Semarang. So, what are you waiting for? Come to UNNES and experience it all.
...55 tahun perjalanan Universitas Negeri Semarang menjadi pilar kemajuan pendidikan Indonesia. 55 tahun mengantar talenta muda mengabdi di berbagai penjuru persada, menebar nilai konservasi, menginspirasi kemajuan negeri. Dilandasi niat mulia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Saya Profesor Dr. Amani Lubis mengucapkan selamat dan sukses Dies Natalis Universitas Negeri Semarang ke-56. Semoga di usia ke-56 tahun ini Universitas Negeri Semarang dapat menjadi universitas berwawasan konservasi di tingkat nasional dan bereputasi internasional. Saya menaruh harapan besar agar UNNES ke depan bisa lebih memproduksi karya-karya terbaik untuk anak bangsa Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Supriyadi, Direktur beserta jajaran pimpinan dan keluarga besar Politeknik Negeri Semarang, mengucapkan selamat Dies Natalis UNNES yang ke-56. Mudah-mudahan UNNES tumbuh dan berkembang menuju cita-cita besar UNNES menjadi perguruan tinggi yang berwawasan konservasi dan bereputasi internasional. Semoga ekstensi, prestasi, dan kontribusi UNNES semakin dirasakan manfaatnya oleh masyarakat, bangsa, dan negara. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and selamat siang. I am Professor Salmia Kasolang, Rector UiTM Cawangan Pulau Pinang, Malaysia. We would like to congratulate Universitas Negeri Semarang Indonesia UNNES for celebrating its 56th anniversary in March 2021. We have initiated many collaboration with UNNES, among which exchange of students, exchange of staff, research work, matching grant, and innovation. We hope that in the future we will have more collaboration. And once again, happy anniversary, UNNES.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and selamat siang. I am Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Rashidi Razali, the Deputy Rector Academic and International, UiTM Cawangan Pulau Pinang, Malaysia. I would like to congratulate Universitas Negeri Semarang Indonesia, UNNES, for celebrating its 56th anniversary this month with the theme Implementing Society 5.0 in Higher Education. 56 years is a very long establishment achievement, and I believe UNNES has achieved many success throughout this period. We have established a strong collaboration initiative with UNNES for the past few years, including student and staff exchange, and also research collaboration. We look forward for more interesting collaboration activities with UNNES in the future. Again, happy anniversary, UNNES.
Dear Rector, faculty and students of UNNES, congratulations on your 56th anniversary. I am honoured to be involved in a small way with the work of the university. In the last year, we have been working virtually as the pandemic has paused face-to-face opportunities for working. This pandemic has given us an opportunity to reflect and consider how we can educate, and I am sure there are many things that we will take from the work of the last few months into the future of UNNES, the University of Hull, and education establishments globally. I hope very much that post-pandemic we will have further opportunities to collaborate, as international collaboration is such a vital part of the work that we all do. So once again, happy anniversary and all the best for your continued work.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to University President Forum 2021. University President Forum is an annual event held by Universitas Negeri Semarang to celebrate UNNES anniversary. And this year is UNNES 56th anniversary. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Zainal Abidin and my partner.
I'm Girindra Putri. We are very honored to welcome you all, distinguished guests and participants, in this very red outfit, yes, Zainal. So this is a traditional outfit from Bangka Belitung, Sumatra, one of the big island in Sumatra.
Yeah, and also I'm very happy beside you here because you look so beautiful today with your address.
Thank you very much. You look so handsome and brighter also.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the program, now let us bow our head and pray together. Pray, begin. Thank you. We hope that this program can run smoothly with all of our prayers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, and Zainal, before we begin these occasions, there are a set of guidelines that has been prepared before by our committee to make sure that this webinar can run smoothly. So we will read it for you. First, UPF committee will record the whole program sessions. By attending this forum, you acknowledge that your image and comments might be recorded and rebroadcasted. Second, during the opening session, all participants have to mute the microphone. Third, in the Q&A sessions, questions can be delivered directly by clicking on raise hand below the participant box, or you can also type your questions in the chat box on Zoom or YouTube by mentioning your name, organizations, city, and questions. Moderator will then summarize and deliver the questions to the speaker.
The fourth is the chat box is used only for asking questions, commenting presence, I'm listening, etc. is not allowed so as to question shorted easily. Fifth, attendees have to fulfill the attendance form for getting the e-certificate. The link to the attendance form will be sent to the chat box, either on Zoom or YouTube. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all our rule for today. Girindra?
Yeah, so that is all. And now I think it's the best time for us to begin the University President Forum 2021, Implementing Society 5.0 in Higher Education. The Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored to inform you that among us here, we have the Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Semarang, the invited rectors of all universities throughout Indonesia and overseas, the Honorable Vice Rectors, and all top managements in Universitas Negeri Semarang, and also all partner universities.
And also we would like to give a warm welcome to our keynote speaker. From Japan, we have Vice President for International Affairs, Kanazawa University, the Honorable Professor Tanaka Shigeo PSD. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. And then from Malaysia, we have Professor Dr. Hajah Roziah Muhammad Janur, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and International of University Technology, Mara. And then we have keynote speaker from Indonesia, Rektor of Universitas Hasanuddin, Profesor Dr. Dwiya Aristina Pulubuhu. Good afternoon, selamat siang, Prof. Dwiya.
And then now, far away from Taiwan, we have Professor Cheng Zhengchu, the Senior Vice President of National Yunlin University of Science and Technology. Ni hao. We also have Dr. Murianto Amin Esos MSI, Rector of Universitas Sumatera Utara, Indonesia. Good afternoon. Selamat siang, Dr. Amin. We have also Mr. Stephen Marsden, the Vice Chancellor of University of Gloucestershire, the United Kingdom. Good morning, United Kingdom time, still morning there. And also the last, we have Professor Dr. Paul Pauli, the President of Julius Maximilians Universität Würzburg, Germany. Guten Morgen.
Okay, and Girinda, we also would like to give a warm welcome to all participants from all around the world, and especially to all parties and UNNES partner who give us support for organizing these events. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to begin the program, I would like to request to all participants to sit properly. Let us all have the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
We thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The next agenda is very important for us all, the welcoming and keynote speech from our Rector of Universitas Negeri Semarang. So for Professor Dr. Fatur Rahman M. Hum, the time is all yours.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Professor Stephen Marsden, Vice Chancellor, University of Gloucestershire, UK, Professor Dr. Paul Pauli, President-elect of Julius Maximilians Universität Würzburg, Germany, Professor Dr. Dwiya Aristina Pulubuhu, MA, Rector of Universitas Hasanuddin Indonesia, Dr. Murianto Amin, Rektor of Universitas Sumatera Utara Indonesia, Profesor Tanaka Shigeo PC, Vice President for International Affairs, Kanazawa University, Japan, Professor Fen Seng Su, Senior Vice President of National Yunlin University of Science and Technology, Taiwan, Professor TS Dr. Hajah Rosiet Sosia Muhammad Janor, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic and International of University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Good afternoon in Indonesia, Taiwan, Malaysia, and Japan, and good morning in United Kingdom and Germany. First of all, I would like to welcome all from Taiwan, Malaysia, Japan, United Kingdom, Germany, Poland, Turkey, Thailand, Singapore, Philippines, and China. On behalf of Universitas Negeri Semarang, or UNNES, alumni rector of UNNES, I take great pleasure to mention that UPF bring us to collaborate and discuss the current of upcoming issues in the global changes, especially those that occur in the world of education. Here we as the leader of the higher education will be considered to be potential policy. Ladies and gentlemen, UNNES as higher education has the vision to be a conservation-oriented university with international reputation. As a conservation university, I would like to bring you to our conservation efforts into three pillars: environment, characters, and culture. We continuously build and develop collaboration with institutions in Indonesia and overseas to improve human resources and bring out goodness to the world. To reach its vision, we have a tagline: UNNES is a house of knowledge which develops civilization. UNNES is pleased to develop science and technology, enriching advanced Indonesia, and to produce quality human resources in various fields in order to make better life. UNNES got the 6th rank in the national level and 66th rank in the international level, according to Green Campus UE Green Metric. It is so that UNNES has a commitment to reach its vision as a conservation university. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the milestone UNNES 2020-2024. UNNES the Teaching Institute of Higher Education. So we are having two principal aims: growing as a research university and teaching university. Of course, this international conference is one of the strategies to develop the research innovation in UNES. Ladies and gentlemen, efforts to strengthen the values of partnership between higher education institution of the millennial generation society 5.0 are important to be done. Contribution of UNES, partnership with universities, governance, NGO, and industry is the word, especially with all partners who attend in this UPF 2021 gives productive and mutual benefit for both sides. Today, the part of engaging partners in being the most priority in the Ministry of Education of Indonesia, Mr. Nadiem Makarim designed a program we call it Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, MBKM, or Independent Learning, Independent University. MBKM is aiming to allow students the opportunity to master practical knowledge and acquire useful skills for their future careers in the industry partners. Industry partners are open to design, internship, acceleration, and ecosystem development grant and to have develop program for future talent from university partners. The effort of designing policy will give great effects by having commitment partnership in the wood wide. Thus, this UPF 2021 is a great event for the universities to enhance, strengthen, and implement collaboration strategies to the advanced university. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the World Declaration of Higher Education for the 21st century, higher education is facing a number of important challenges at the international, national, and institutional levels. These are the main challenges of higher education in society 5.0. The diverse and heterogeneous society of the new millennium. Uncertain future circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, these pictures represent the current situation. Yes, computers can deal with computerized information for better than humans can. But what we excel at is self-expression in our humanities. Partnership is a right answer in responding society 5.0. The principle of partnership considers it's important to highlight immediately the changes happens on how the education system being impacted as a result of the revolution which has happened these days, especially when the pandemic COVID-19 occurred. Ladies and gentlemen, in the era of society 5.0, we strive to create a society whose members respect each other. UNES has designed reformulation curriculum, digital literacy and humanity as a compulsory subject. We expected that students are able to take advantage of the superiorities of information technology within the framework humanist values. Students with character and students with achievement. These characters and achievement are also reflected in the theme of this year 56th anniversary of Universitas Negeri Semarang, namely Shining for Advanced Indonesia. UNES gemilang untuk Indonesia maju. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, it is expected this UPF 2021 can produce significant and valuable ideas and also design the fullest possible contribution to the education system both in Indonesia and the world. Last but not least, thank you for the committee and for all of participants in this great event. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Dr. Fatur Rahman M. Hum, for welcoming remark and presenting the excellence of Universitas Negeri Semarang. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the very moment that we have been waiting for. Plenary session. To lead the discussion, we will have Mr. Sandi Arif, MSc, as the moderator. Let me read his short biography. Mr. Sandi Arif, MSc, is an assistant professor in Department of Economic Education, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Semarang. Currently, he is a PhD candidate in Accounting and Corporate Governance by Research Excellence Scholarship at Macquarie University, Sydney, Australia. He is also a teaching and research assistant at Macquarie Business School. In 2020, he received the Emerging Scholar Award from Organization Studies Research Network at the University of Illinois at Chicago, USA for one of his PhD projects. He publishes scholarly works in the national and international reputable journals and popular writing pieces for national media, online and offline platforms.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll have Mr. Sandi Arif at the moment. So, Mr. Sandi Arif, are you here already?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hello, Mr. Sandi. Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we have our Mr. Moderator here to lead the discussion. So I will give the time to you, Mr. Sandi Arif, as the moderator, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So thank you for your kind introduction. Good evening from Sydney, Australia, the honorable speakers, distinguished guests, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the University President Forum 2021. My name is Sandi Arif, as your moderator for today's event. The University President Forum, UPF, is organized by Universitas Negeri Semarang, Semarang State University, UNNES, Indonesia. The UPF is a forum for university leaders around the world to discuss and share their views, ideas, and strategies in order to identify and provide insights and solutions for current issues globally. This year, the UPF 2021 coincides with the 56th UNNES anniversary. Today, we are going to discuss about implementing Society 5.0 in higher education. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that economy, society, business, and specifically higher education across the world have conspicuously been affected by COVID-19 pandemic. Things have changed and life will not be the same as before. In the higher education sector, the pandemic has posed significant challenges for teachers, students, investors, and parents. The introduction of online education with digital transformation during this pandemic has been the means by which higher education has sought to rescue the situation. However, there are still many questions. How did COVID-19 affect the process of higher education in the different parts of the world? What will higher education look like in the future? And more importantly, what have been the latest strategies created by universities to achieve sustainable future in the era of Society 5.0? To answer those questions, we have an all-star panel from 8 different university leaders globally. Before we get started, I would like to give you some information about these panel sessions. For speakers, you will have to maximum of 15 minutes for presentation, and we will then finish with a Q&A at the end of each session. For participants, you will have the opportunity to submit your questions or opinions by typing your question into the chat box on Zoom or our YouTube channel. You may send in your question at any time during the presentation, and then I will collect these and address them to respected speakers at the end of presentation during the Q&A session. Now, I would like to introduce to you our speakers for the first panel. We have 3 incredible speakers. They are Dr. Hendy Pratama from UNNES, Indonesia, Professor Tanaka Shigeo from Kanazawa University, Japan, and Professor Dr. Hajah Rozia Muhammad Janur from University Teknologi Mara, UITM, Malaysia. The first speaker will be Dr. Hendy Pratama. Dr. Hendy Pratama is a Vice Rector of Planning and Partnership of UNNES. He received his PhD in Pragmatics from Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. Prior to that, he is a Vice Dean for Academic Affairs of Faculty of Languages and Arts, UNNES. And Dr. Hendy's research interests focus on pragmatics, statistics, and critical speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Hendy Pratama. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandi. Long time not see. And I think it is a great day to meet you today. I'm glad that you are here. You are one of our best lecturers at Universitas Negeri Semarang. Thank you very much for the Rector of Universitas Negeri Semarang, Professor Dr. Fatur Rahman, who has given us the speech and the opening speech for our event. Ladies and gentlemen, rectors, vice rectors, deputy of, and also vice chancellors, let me start my presentation. My presentation is the Implementing Society 5.0 at a Conservation University, in this case, Universitas Negeri Semarang, University President Forum 2021. And ladies and gentlemen, because I'm practically the first speaker of this theme, so I think it would be wise for me to introduce the concept of the Society 5.0. Society 5.0 itself has been quite a superb term for this year and also the last few years. The Society 5.0 came from the Society 1.0. I believe that this is about the hunter society. And the second one, when we found the way how to be an agrarian society. And then number 3, we would like to have 3.0 industrial society. And not long from now, we have the information society. It was marked by the invention of computer, the start of distribution of information. And also now we are looking forward to, we are trying to build a super smart society. We call it as Society 5.0. In this case, we have Professor Tanaka Shigeo from Kanazawa University. I believe that he can explain to us more about this because Society 5.0 itself firstly found, I think, mostly discussed in Japan. Now, we would like to highlight several differences on the Society 4.0 and also the differences between Society 5.0. At least at Universitas Negeri Semarang or UNNES, we have at least 2 points of view on how Society 5.0 is supposed to be. We have the problem solving and value creation. In this case is the society where value is created. And of course, in Society 5.0, we believe in diversity, a society where anyone can exercise diverse abilities. Decentralization is a society where anyone can get opportunities anytime, anywhere. And resilience is a society where people can live and pursue challenges in security. And also the sustainability and environmental harmony is the society where humankind lives in harmony with nature. At least in this kind of characteristics from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the characteristics of Society 5.0, we would like to elaborate the first and second priority of Society 5.0 at our university, Universitas Negeri Semarang. The first one is the very focus of our university. UNNES vision is to become a conservation-oriented society or to become a conservation-oriented university with international reputation. Now, if we'd like to see that we are number 6 in Indonesia on UI Green Metric of the World University Ranking. In this case, we work very hard in order to implement all the indicators of being a green university. This is part of our university where we have the monument of conservation in the middle of our park. And here we can see that we are trying very hard to have a green university, not only as a symbol, but also in application. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to give you some other example on how we would like to be a society 5.0 in how humans can be friends with the nature. In this case, UNNES Waste Management Complex is a way how we would like to reduce the risk of our waste to the society. We have planned our road to zero waste. At our university, we have this conservation institution. So we built this waste management complex on how to improve the waste management in our place. And we believe that zero waste is something achievable, something that we can achieve in the near future. Other example is that we would like to try to make it quite a massive application at UNNES, where most of our buildings now we have the installation of solar cell. And this is like the implementation of sustainable energy. And it's been, we have been doing this for quite some years. And we can see that the use of our energy is quite efficient. And now we are trying to reduce the number of, or the amounts of energy that we got it from the coal or fossil fuels. So now we're moving from one step to another step, that is the sustainable energy on the installation of solar cell. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the second one that we already point out, that we would like to improve the problem solving and value creation in our society, where society, we would like to have a value and create value in it. Now, in this case, that at UNNES, we believe in humanity. We believe that people should care each other, that we can help each other. In this case, our rector, Professor Dr. Fatur Rahman, and also other professors from our university, they even go to the society to do social service, and our UNNES professors sending basic necessities for flood victims. Of course, this is not the only one that we are doing this. We are doing this like many times in this year, because we have found some of the natural disasters in our country too. So we try to contribute, meaning that yes, value should be created. And no matter how we are professors and also lecturers, even the students, we have to help each other to our society. Now, on the other part of the example is that UNNES set a record for planting more than 8,000 trees simultaneously in online session during pandemics. We try to answer the question, during pandemics, what can we do to our environment? How would like we to collaborate with each other when we are at home? So this is a great idea by our rector, that we can plant trees at our home, but we can broadcast that at the same time online with 8,000 new students and also some of the lecturers here. And then we set a record, and we've got the record of appreciation from this institution. So ladies and gentlemen, I think this is how we would like to focus on Society 5.0. UNNES should prepare the students for not only our problems, our current problems in the world, but also we have to prepare the students for future problems and values. For example, in this case, we would like to see how, for example, in the future, that the self-driving car, or in this case, a car driven by robot, not necessarily robot, but AI, that if they see young people, will they sacrifice the young person, or they will sacrifice just any humans, or they would like to spare pedestrians? Apparently, the values of the culture could make an impact to the decision of the AI. So in Western society here, we can see that they prefer inaction, for example, because if you do nothing and you have accident, you wouldn't be blamed for anything, for example. And then in southern part of the world, sparing the higher status. So basically, if there are two people and then one of the person is having a higher status, the computer will spare you. And then also in Eastern, we can see here is that if you can spare the lawful and also spare the pedestrians. This is quite a question of the future. If you drive a driverless car, if you are inside and your car is hitting a person, will you be blamed by your action, or the computer will be blamed? That's the first thing first. The second question is on the ethic and value, is that if there are some humans to be sacrificed, which are to be sacrificed first and which one would be spared? I think this is quite a question that probably you never thought of, but now you have to think about it. And in Society 5.0, whether you like it or not, we as universities, we have to prepare our students for future problems and values. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. My name is Hendy Pratama from Universitas Negeri Semarang. I would like to give back the time to the moderator, Mr. Sandi. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hendy, for your insight and your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now move on to the next presentation. We have Professor Tanaka Shigeo. He is a Vice President for International Affairs, Kanazawa University, Japan. He earned his PhD from Graduate School of Science and Technology, Niigata University. He's also a Deputy Director for Organization of Global Affairs, Kanazawa University, and Professor at Faculty of Frontier Engineering at Institute of Science and Engineering, Kanazawa University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Tanaka Shigeo.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. Can you hear me? Okay, so I share my presentation PowerPoint. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to say thank you for inviting me to this forum. And congratulations, so the 56th anniversary. So good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Shigeru Tanaka, Vice President for the International Affairs Kanazai University. So Kanazai University is a middle-sized national university with about 10,000 students, so among the 780 universities of Japan. So today, I'd like to talk about Society 5.0 in Japan and some related topics in Kanazai University. So the world is changing very rapidly, so at a pace never been seen in human history. So Klaus Schwab, the founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, he says, the fourth industrial revolution is fundamentally different from the previous three industrial revolutions, which are characteristic by the technological development. So, but the fourth industrial revolution is just about to take place through the system fusion of the cyber and the hardware technology, so which changes everything for us. So Society 5.0, upheld by the Japanese government, it is a society realized by incorporating the technological innovations by the fourth industrial revolution into all of the industry and the social life. So we call it a super smart society, so capable to solve the variety of the social issues using the society service platform, so including optimizer, energy value chain, and intelligent transportation system, and a new manufacturing system, and so on. So AI technology is one of the biggest impact in a society 5.0. So it can replace a human in performing the variety of the routine works. Also, asking us to the change in education and the human resource development. So what are the competencies to be developed for the society 5.0? The first one is accurate understanding for the information. The second one is a scientific thinking and application. And the third one is a sensitivity and the creativity for value. So with these competencies, so the following roles were expected for human. So discovery and the creation leading to the innovations, and the creation of the platforms connecting the technology and the social issues. So effective utilization of the AI technology and data. So there are some concerns in the current education in Japan, so facing the society 5.0. Overall, the inefficient learning to thinking independently and collaborate with others. So this is the overall concern. So on the other hand, so in elementary school and middle school, so low reading comprehension and equal opportunity in education using ICT as concerns. In high school, so education is divided into the humanity and science, and the uniform learning system are considerable problems in Japan. So even in a university and a society, so dividing into the humanity and science in education is still concerned. So through adaptation of the new educational system, method, technology is also the considerable problem. So therefore, especially in higher education, the divided education, so in an issue that needs to be reformed for the society 5.0. So in response to this problem, so the variety of action are being taken in high school and university. So Ministry of the Education Japan have established the Worldwide Learning Consortium, so WWL, in 2019. So in which students study both the humanity and the science according to their individual interests and characteristics, in cooperation with the university, companies, and international organizations. So on the other hand, in university, the STEAM education and the design thinking are going to be provided to all of the students. Additionally, local communities will provide a study course for the high school students to find their future way. Canada University is also taking several actions in response to the Society 5.0, so by reforming the organization of academic system. So for high school and university connection, we already have joined the WWL consortium. And for the undergraduate education, so we reformed the liberal arts program by increasing the required credit and adding a STEAM subject group. And we will also launch from this April a new college, so integrating humanity and science, which is a college of the philosophy in the transdisciplinary science. Also going to start a new STEAM education program. For the undergraduate program, so we already have established a new graduate school in 2018 for this purpose. Also, a new program integrated medicine and nanotechnology. So through this, so the response to Society 5.0, we expect students to gain the following three competencies, which are transdisciplinary perspective and leadership to the propose and implement, and the pioneer spirit to survive in a diverse future society. So this is to introduce the college of the philosophy in transdisciplinary sciences. So in this college, the students study the three core areas in parallel and decide the direction of their interest area. So once they decided, and they go to explore the two specific areas, which are environment and the social, society, and the human and nature. So students move back and forth between the core area and the exploring area according to the tailor-made study guidance. So systematic entrepreneurship education is also one of the unique educational programs of this college. So beyond the Corona Forum, BCF is a co-creation type the online platform. So in order to verify the true value of the entrepreneurship education, the students propose the idea to solve the social problem of the corona disasters. So the goal is to commercialize this project and receiving the advices from the faculty member and the local company and the entrepreneurs. So this introduces a graduate school of the Frontier Science Initiative, Division of the Transdisciplinary Sciences. This is a joint degree program so provided by two universities, Canada University and the Japan Advanced Institute of the Science and Technology, JIST. So in this program, so problem-solving oriented education is conducted through the lab rotation, so to obtain the new idea and the strategy. So study abroad program and the internship program are provided to students in cooperation with the company and the local government, Ishikawa Prefecture. So this is a 5-year program of the graduate school, from master course to the doctor course, characterized by the multidisciplinary approach to the medicine and science and engineering. So graduates of this program are expected to be the individuals who can contribute to the medicine through the nanotechnology. So Canada University will launch this year a new institute in order to comprehensively manage and support the various kinds of the digital transformation issues in this university. So this new institute, Emerging Media Initiative, can provide the digitalization of the all class contents and develop the extended reality contents to cross the barrier of the time, space, and the language. So this institute also will design a virtual campus open to all people in the world. So through the various reforms described in this presentation, so we believe that our university will be able to respond to the change by the Society 5.0 and contribute to providing a human resource necessary for the Society 5.0. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Tanaka Shigeru. I think we're going to have a discuss a little bit more about, your presentation, because there is a very interesting point related to, the AI and the digitalization in the higher education sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are welcoming our last speaker for the first panel. She is a Professor Dr. Hajah Rozia Muhammad Janur. Professor Dr. Rozia Muhammad Janur is a professor of statistics at the Faculty of Computer Sciences and Mathematics, UITM Malaysia. She received her PhD in statistics from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. She has served UITM for 28 years in various capacities as the head of strategic information UITM, as a director of academic quality, and as director of curriculum affairs UITM. Currently serving as a Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic and International of UITM, the largest public university in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Rozia. The time is yours. Professor Rozia, I think you are unmute. Yeah, could you please unmute your, okay.
Okay, is that okay? All right. Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for inviting me to do some presentation, a simple presentation, but it so happened that I have prepared quite a lengthy one, but I will try and shorten it in such a way so that it will not take your time. So whatever it is, this is my first slide. Well, it didn't move. Oops. What happened? Okay, this is our university, the main campus, and where my office resided. Okay, this is a quick introduction about UITM. There is one main campus, which the one I just showed you, and then with 13 state campuses and 20 satellite campuses. As you mentioned, that we are the largest public university in Malaysia. Yes, it is. We have currently 189,000 students. And for that matter, we have 890,000 alumni. Okay, at the moment, this is how our university are being located throughout the nation. So we have 24 faculties, 9 academic centers, and 10 research institutes. Basically, this is a redundant of that. This is my topic today. I will be focusing more on views from University Technology Mara in implementing Society 5.0 in higher education. So basically, the objectives of this meeting is on highlighting current issues, potential collaboration, also planned actions. So what I'm going to share is basically, these are the outcomes. Hopefully after these 15 minutes, I will be sharing with you and acknowledge the existence of 2 important frameworks here in Malaysia, the Malaysia Education Blueprint 2015-2025, and also Education 5.0 at UITM. This is actually a small scale of Society 5.0. To identify alignment between the 2 frameworks that drive excellence in future higher education, particularly for UITM GRU 2025, and how it supports the idea of Society 5.0 put forth by Japan. And last but not least, I will try and spark some initial interest among partners, universities, to collaborate with UITM or together the whole partners here in potential future initiatives. I understand this idea of 5.0, Society 5.0 came from Japan. It was extensively been discussed about since 2016. But I highlighted these three things when I read through. These are the three components been mentioned in this element of Society 5.0. It's about sustainability, openness, and inclusiveness. All right, just to make it simple rather than I put the detail. But take note, we, a public university in Malaysia, we are governed and also directed under this blueprint. So the Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia have come up with this blueprint way back in 2015. So it covers a 10-year plan, 2015 to 2025. This education blueprint basically has 10 shifts. But these 10 shifts, I'm not going to discuss everything, but I just highlighted the 10 shifts is actually in the end, it will also support this Society 5.0 put forth by Japan. But what is interesting is that it so happened that in 2015, Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia came up with this document, and it so happened it will ring and also align to the idea of being sustainability, openness, and also what's the idea earlier on, and inclusiveness. All right. So basically, these are the 10 shifts, but I just highlight on the holistic, entrepreneurial, and balanced graduates. Like what the first two presenters have mentioned, we talk about this education. Why higher education? Higher education, our outcome is actually we want to produce our graduates, right? But from Malaysia point of view, we want to produce a holistic and at the same time entrepreneurial and the word balanced graduates. If you can, participants can actually access this document from internet. You can search and get the detail of this, but I'm not going to highlight the what's been written there, but just the point. So holistic, this is the characteristic of a graduates that we want to produce here in Malaysia. Second one, we're looking at global. The one I'm highlighting here is on global prominence. We have to be, we want our graduates, Malaysian university graduates, to be globally recognized. So we want to be well known at the global arena. The third one that I chose for this presentation is globalized online learning. So this is to highlight like what the first presenter earlier mentioned about being online, right? So even with this pandemic, so every class now is actually either hybrid or totally ODL. So even in UITM also we handle this kind of classes. And for participants' point of view, information, today is our first day of class for this semester. And the fourth shift that I chose is to highlight here is on a transform higher education delivery. So for all these four, we mentioned why does they have discussed in this document, why does it matter, what will success look like, and also how will we achieve those, right? All right, but these are the national level. But what I'm highlighting here now is our university. This is UITM strategic planning document. So in we have put up here UITM 2025 strategic map in 2025. What we want to be is we want to be globally renowned university. So we have sat down and discussed about this. It took us almost 2 years to come up with this, since 2018 right up to end of 2019. Then we just launched it last year in 2020. All right, so these are the strategic map. Take note, down there we have what the values, 3 core values for the university: excellence, synergy, and integrity. So these values are actually also aligned with Society 5.0 being promoted. All right, but out of this, let me go back earlier. But the strategic thrust there, that's one, what we call education 5.0. I mentioned earlier, this education 5.0 is actually a part of our strategic map within strategic teams. So here I would like to slightly spend some time and discuss this education 5.0, but you will notice that it has an element of this Society 5.0. This started in 2016. Then we brushed it up, and it so happened it can be aligned to our GRU 2025. So this UITM Academic Compass, we call it, navigating the future. So what is Education 5.0 at UITM? Is actually a learning-centric ecosystem that is sustainable, balanced, and principle-driven by values, powered by intellect, and afforded by new ubiquitous technologies. So it is not about just smart technology and the machine's capability to do what humans do, rather it is also about what humans can do well, rendered by smart technology and machines. So we are looking at the humanistic part of technology. So basically, if you want to walk through how this Education 5.0 at UITM differ from 3.0, 4.0, and so on and so forth, we are currently here. So where learners self-direct, yes, it is, but less passive. But we are moving towards this Education 5.0 when it comes to 2025, where learner-driven learning, learners are agents of their own learning, learners as partners and collaborators, and personalized learning, professors on demand. So basically, it will be in tandem with that Society 5.0. So essentials of Education 5.0 at UITM would be of this kind. So learning that goes beyond earning good grades on campus, personalization and personalized learning experience, design a space to learn and to create. So learners are also creating the platform, and inculcation of values-based learning culture. And of course, these are the framework in order for us to start it all out. Perhaps this is already ongoing. We have started small, but in the end, in 2025, we want to get what we already described earlier on. So the pillars here is like we have to have a coherent and relevant curriculum, innovative delivery and assessment. We'll take note that during the pandemic, so assessment is actually a very challenging things that we need to handle. So, and then we need to also make sure meaningful learning experience, a transformative learning environment, and also inspiring educators. So take note that there in the end, we want to produce a progressive thinking learners, and it actually maps to the national blueprint earlier on that they want to build holistic, balanced graduates. So here in UITM, this is what we actually hoping to, in the end, produce that kind of graduates. All right, so next. Oops, cannot move. Okay, and to wrap up the Education 5.0, the ecosystem is you gain knowledge in the classroom, but you gain wisdom through experience. So of course, we have academic programs in UITM. Currently, we have 560 programs running from diploma level right up to PhD level. And then of course, we also do research. We have industry and community linkages and student activities and social innovations. Okay, so what affecting Education 5.0 at UITM? We have this what we call 5C strategy. We need to drive this Education 5.0 at UITM. We have to have champions at the faculties and also campuses, and we need to focus on this communication, because in UITM, because we are large, huge university, communication is the number one problem, number one issues. So we need to move from just being awareness. We need to go from awareness, acceptance, and making it second nature. So that's very challenging to UITM, to our UITM. So, and the third one, we're looking at the collaboration. We must have this strategy, collaboration and collective effort, breaking down the walls. So before we go and collaborate with people, with other universities and other institutions, with other industries, we also need to make sure we are also collaborating within the university, from faculty to faculty, from department to department. That is also a challenging task. And of course, number four, the fourth strategy is the culture. So we want to instill culture of optimism, culture of innovation, passion, and seamless learning student at the core. And last but not least, credit and compensation. So we realized that we want to move things, and we need to build this kind of credit and also acknowledgement, credits, rewards, grants for both academics and students. And just to run through quickly, for the sustainability, if we look at this Society 5.0 earlier, we mentioned that one of the characteristics will have to be on the sustainability. In UITM, we do have examples or projects that running on this perspective to support the UI Green Metric, okay, the IBST and Sustainable Community Development Center, and we have our SDG Triangle. I will show you basically, I'm not going to discuss or delve into this, but this is what we call by our SDG Triangle initiative. In UITM, we're actually positioning our research thing, and this is also our SDG initiative back in at Taman Negara National Park. And this is what we do. We have a research team doing this, and also Krau Wildlife Reserve Pahang, we have this. But what I want to mention here is actually how we map this, the alignment between the two frameworks earlier that drive excellence in future higher ed, particularly for UITM, globally renowned University 2025, and the Society 5.0. So what I put here is actually the three characteristics of a Society 5.0: sustainability, openness, and inclusiveness. And in the middle here is actually Malaysia Education Blueprint characteristic, and also the UITM GRU 2025. And I put right that the third column is Education 5.0 at UITM. So if we notice, we have the 5 pillars earlier, and UITM sustainability initiatives, it maps to the first 4 shifts in the MAB and directly to the Society 5.0. So this table actually to explain to people that what we are doing, highlighting this Education 5.0 will be in the end maps to Society 5.0. We need to have, we earlier mentioned meaningful experience, learners as collaborators. It actually support the idea of openness. And so is the third one, champions learner-driven personalized learning. Again, so it supports the UITM GRU 25 and also Malaysia Education Blueprint, widen access, value-driven performance, agile governance via merging. Because currently, for your information, we are in the process of trying to merge the faculty to be like what Japan mentioned just now, to have a transdisciplinary college. So we are in the merge, in the midst of doing that. All right, so hopefully we'll get it happen. So it will support the inclusiveness from, but all in all, these issues are still our concern here in UITM. Number one is managing the sheer size of the institution. Number two, we have not fully matured, has not fully matured in adopting essence of IR 4.0 in everyday running of the institution. We understand that the whole out there is actually digital and everything, but for the university, we still not fully matured. All right. The third one is getting buy-in from all stakeholders, from all levels. These are issues. I suppose this meeting is all about highlighting issues and so that we can solve problems together, right? And the fourth one, getting support in terms of resources, grants, and interested talents from within and without. So basically, we want to do research, but perhaps people like in OECD countries, they have no problem with that. But in countries like Malaysia, and the last part is visibility at international platform. All right, so these are issues that I can highlight. So in summary, the Malaysia Education Blueprint 2015-2025, UITM GRU 2025, and Education 5.0 at UITM are relevant documents to be continuously referred by internal and external stakeholders if you want to understand where we stand. So UITM practices the university core values, excellence, synergy, and integrity in planning our futures, executing our strategy effectively, and celebrating our achievement as one of the partners now in the future. We welcome partner universities to collaborate with us in embracing this concept, Society 5.0. Thank you so much. Sorry if I have to run through it fast. Over to you, Mr. Sandy Arif.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Rozia. Thank you very much. It's very insightful and very informative related to the Society 5.0 in higher education, specifically in the UITM Malaysia. So ladies and gentlemen, now we are in the Q&A session. Actually, I can see there are some questions on the chat box on the Zoom, but then I also want to remind you, if you want to have any question, or maybe you want to, give your opinion, so please, you can type it either on the YouTube channel or maybe on the chat box on Zoom. So now to start our discussion for the first panel, I think this is very interesting question from Professor Hopkins. The question is, how do we, or can we program AI to be moral for society 5.0? Because actually I relate, this question with mine, because actually, the question is like how to achieve human-centered society. So maybe I'm going to address this question to Dr. Hendy and also the other speakers. Please, Dr. Hendy.
Okay, thank you, Sandy. And I'd like to address this is the only question probably relevant to my presentation. I think that no matter how we try to make AI or artificial intelligence, there is always a trace of the programmer inside of the AI algorithm itself. So basically, whatever decisions of AI is making, it means that it's also a reflection of the makers. Now, the one that I read from Harari's books on the Homo Deus book, meaning that the risk is not on the AI itself, but the misuse of the AI, and also the unreadiness of the people to accept that AI is also not the perfect solution for our life. Meaning that at the end of the day, humans shall be responsible, and also the mentality and also the part of how we adapt to the new rules and also the new gameplay of AI in our life is also part of our skill too. So basically, Sandy, I think this is not about how to make AI perfect, but it is on how we accept that no matter how much we try, AI would be also the reflection of the makers, and the makers are humans themselves with all the weakness and the strength. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you. Professor Tanaka, do you have any thought about it? Related to the question given by the Professor Hopkins? Yes, please.
Okay, so I have a similar answer. So from the Professor Pratama. So the AI is not perfect. So and the important thing is how to use the AI. So and it's also not easy. So and actually, so I don't know. We don't know how to use AI. So far. So but we have to teach a student to how to use AI. So essentially, so for their future life. So it's a very big the subject to do. So in the university, so we have to make some academic the program so that to use how to use the AI system. So okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. So now another question given by Professor Tandio Rahayu. Actually, this is related to the Japanese context. So I think I should give this question to Professor Tanaka. So related to, could you please explain about the future education, which is no longer divided to academic discipline, even before they enter college? And then the question is how Japan educate and encourage their students or young people so they can independently decide their interest in education at a relatively young age. Please, Professor Tanaka. Could you please unmute your microphone?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
All right. So I already answered this question by the chat. So and my opinion is this question is not easy to answer. So and maybe some the activity, for example, is a volunteer. So in a social community, so it's a kind of the key. So to make them have a motivation to study. So and otherwise, so the no way. So to find why we study. So maybe they need something out of the study, so to have a motivation. Okay.
Okay. Dr. Hendy, do you have any additional comment related to that question? In Indonesian context, like how do you prepare, UNES students, in facing the society 5.0?
I think the problem with the Japanese and Indonesian students are quite different. What I'm still seeing that in Indonesia we have the students where we don't really have the connection to the outside world, meaning that we are quite the traveling, international traveling in Indonesia is quite limited. We don't really see international people around us here in Semarang, very limited. And also this is also the problem where we have not only to introduce society 5.0 in our own version, but also the version of the citizens of the world. And that's the challenge here in Indonesia. That's the reason why no matter how hard that we have tried in pandemics, we give them the chance to have the online classes around the world, in Australia and Japan, although they don't really physically go. And I think pandemics itself, in certain ways, helping students to get more exposure in order to understand how to be part of the society 5.0, including how to make friends with the Japanese students via online. Sandy, thank you.
Thank you. So now move on to the next question. This question from Dr. Herianto, the Dean of Faculty of Economics, UNES Indonesia. And then I think I would like to address this question to Professor Dr. Rozia. So it seems that the pandemic cannot be predicted accurately. Frankly speaking, we do not know exactly when the pandemic COVID-19 will be over. Would you please give us some strategies to run education with the pandemic in the future? And then based on the research, online learning or remote or distance learning have unfavorable impact on students' achievement or probably on students' engagement. So please, Professor Dr. Razia, your thought.
Well, I think we should, here in UITM, when we adopt ODL, not to say 100%, but take note, I've mentioned that we have 189,000 students throughout the country. Eh? So what we do, we have full swing LMS, learning management system. All right, so everything's online, but at the same time, I missed out on the where's the question? It seems that the pandemic cannot be predicted, right? So would you please give? Oh, all right. So basically, we have to be prepared. So planning is very important. So what we do here in UITM, we have alternatives. Okay, if the pandemic ends, everybody will come back, and we will start classes just like before. But we have conducted some survey that it seems we will not be fully 100% go back to what we used to be. We will then adopt what we call hybrid. So basically, half of the class will be online, but the other half will be present. So perhaps that will be the thing in future, what our classroom will look like. But at the same time, my concerns is more on the impact, more of an assessment. How do we actually measure and assess the student that we really measure their outcome? So if we want, in the end, we want to produce an engineer, or we want to produce business technologies perhaps. So in the end, how do we then credit them that they are now belong to this professional group of people, right? A scientist or whatever you call it. So I think with this pandemic, that is more, to me, more of our concern. Okay, so the how to, that means what I'm saying is that we have to have plans, but taking into consideration all these challenges. But the largest challenge would be on this assessment. But take note, assessment is an important aspects of higher education. We cannot just run away from not assessing them. But what we do here in UITM and also Malaysia, we use what we call authentic assessment, continuous assessment. We give way of this in class final exam. There's no more final exam, sitting final exam actually a pass. So it's all about continuous assessment, but this continuous assessment must be conducted in such a way that it must be well planned, must make sure fair, valid, reliable, and also consistent. All right, I think that's my my input for this question.
Thank you so much for your insight, because actually UITM is scattered around, you know, across the country, across Malaysia. So I think that strategy is really relevant, you know, specifically in terms of the geographical area between Malaysia and Indonesia. Okay, so actually I have one more question, and then this question goes to Professor Tanaka because related to the Japanese context from Dr. Rizky, one of the faculty members of the Faculty of Engineering UNNES. So Professor Tanaka, actually, what is your thought related to the combination between technology and society? Unfortunately, the condition will reduce the job of the citizen, of the people, like how the technology take over, you know, job for the people, especially in the developing countries with a large population. So how Japan face this problem, and what advice for the developing country like in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So that's also very difficult questions for me. So, but I think so maybe entrepreneurship education is a key. So to solve this problem. So situation in Japan also it's not good. So many people lose their job. So due to this pandemic. So, but we can teach some entrepreneurship. So the class and the education program. So we should make them to the grow. So to establish and build their own company and start a new business. So and so they don't go to the company. So but they make a company. So I think this is a very nice strategy. So to overcome the pandemic disaster. So and so open a new future. So in even in a developing country, even in Japan. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Tanaka. I think that's wrap up our first panel. Due to time constraint, I'm really sorry because actually there are some questions, but I think I would like to address the question to the committee, and then maybe committee will email to the respected speakers if the question is not answered yet. So once again, thank you very much for the honorable speakers, Dr. Hedi Pratama, Professor Tanaka Shigeo, and Professor Dr. Rozia. Thank you for your time, and also thank you for the participants for your questions and your ideas. I think that's very fruitful discussion for the first panel. So ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the first panel. And we are so thankful for the tremendous partnership that we can have from our university partners, nationally and internationally. And this year, the UPF 2021 coincides with the 56th UNNES anniversary. So here's some of the congratulatory videos from our university partners. Let's take a look. Thank you very much for the speakers. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya.
Hello, I am Koichi Yamazaki, the president of Kanazawa University in Japan. Congratulations to a distinguished rector Professor Fadl Lokman Enhum, and to all members of the Sumbaran State University on its 56th anniversary. I am honored to be here with you at such a special occasion. Sumbaran State University is one of the universities with which we have had the longest exchanges among our many partner universities in Indonesia. And many international students have come to our university over the years. Kanazawa University takes pride in its partnership with Sumbaran State University, one of the top academic institutions in Indonesia. I look forward to the continuation of our special relationship. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Rector Fadl, faculties and students of UNNES, I'm honored and happy to greet on the 56th anniversary of University Negeri Semarang. Congratulations and happy birthday. In the past years, COVID has stopped the international activity of each and every university of the world. However, historically, human beings always prevail at fighting against pandemic, which I believe will be over in no time. In the meanwhile, this pandemic actually gives every university to plan on new strategy so as to enhance the international activity afterward. By just looking at the communication software available in the past years, we know that the whole world will be coming back strong. And I expect to see more intense exchange activity between UNNES and UNTEC in the year to come. Congratulations again on your birthday, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all soon. Until then, you take good care of yourself, and Godspeed.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera for all of us. I am Dr. Murianto Amin, Esos MSI, Rektor Universitas Sumatera Utara in Medan, Indonesia. I would like to share my wishes for the 56th anniversary of Universitas Negeri Semarang. The pandemic of COVID-19 has become a challenge for us in adapting to the new normal life, especially for the education environment. As the regulation of Indonesian government, we have to turn up our face-to-face class into a virtual class. COVID-19 forced us to apply a new style of the learning process. We have to be able to jump over the obstacle, and it makes us still standing until today. The pandemic will not make us go down because historically, human beings always win the fight against pandemics. On the other hand, pandemic gives us a new spirit to strengthen and enhance our relationship. Both of Universitas Sumatera Utara and Universitas Negeri Semarang have proved it. By hand on hand, I wanted to increase our friendship and connection to face this pandemic. Again, congratulations and happy 56th anniversary of Universitas Negeri Semarang. I am looking forward to our joint event and wish God the grace and help for all of you there. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the congratulatory videos from our university partners, nationally and internationally. So welcome back to the University President's Forum 2021. The honorable speakers, distinguished guests, and all participants, We are now in the second session. We have two outstanding speakers. They are Professor Dr. Tuya Aristina Palubuhu from Universitas Hasanuddin, Indonesia, and Professor Tuen Sing Su from National Yunlin University of Science and Technology, Taiwan. The first speaker in this second session will be Professor Tuya. Professor Tuya is a sociologist. She received her PhD from Universitas Hasanuddin, Indonesia. Her areas of study include women living in poverty and multiculturalism, and she has more recently conducted performance evaluations of regional development projects across the country. She is a founder and senior researcher for Center of Peace, Conflict, and Democracy, Universitas Hasanuddin. Previously, she was the president of Indonesia Rector Forum, and currently she is serving as a rector of Universitas Hasanuddin, UNHAS, which is the largest tertiary institution in Eastern Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome in joining the Professor Tuya. The time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Sandi Arif, for a very great introduction of mine. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon to everyone. First, I would like to greet the Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Semarang, my best friend, my old friends. Happy anniversary of Universitas Negeri Semarang, Prof. Fatur, and honorable all speakers and participants. Allow me to share a few ideas how to toward globalization society 5.0 in Universitas Hasanuddin. Yeah, next. This is looks next. Yeah, this look of UNHAS main campus at 220 hectares located in Makassar, South Sulawesi province. Our campus also recognized as a green campus and assigned as one of city forests in Makassar. Yes, next. So related to industry 4.0, we know, as stated by the previous speakers, that this era is an era where information technology is advancing so rapidly and coloring every human life. The fourth industrial revolution was marked by the development of the Internet of Things, which penetrated in various fields of life nowadays. Yes, next. And also we recognize now we have to build the society 5.0, where the vision is a society where through the integration of technology with daily life, the society of the future that will be able to sustainable, create new values and services to the benefit and balance of the society as a whole. Yes, next. Why we need to construct the society 5.0? As mentioned before also, that cooperation and cross-sectional sharing of information and knowledge in society in revolution industry 4.0 is disrupted. So life is become difficult. That moreover the social interaction is very limited, and we have to treat a disparity increase as a result of industrial revolution 4.0, a restriction of what people can do, a burden of overwhelming information, etc. And next, so at the same time, the challenge is that clearly in industrial 4.0 really need to us to build the society 5.0 because as we know, the role of human was replaced by machine, by robot, by artificial intelligence, and There's laborers profession about 75 million up to 375 million. Then among that, about 1.8 million will replace the job replaced by the artificial intelligence, and the Internet of thing is coloring all of our lives. So there's no reason we have to build the society 5.0 in order to make the people ready to the later future. We can imagine next. We can imagine the later future. Yes, next. We can imagine the later future will be by utilizing big data is a must, and equipment with the artificial intelligence, robotic will integrate it in various aspects of life, in education, in health, in transportation, industry, finance, everything, even in private life, can support. We have that will be support the services and make it more convenience of human life in sustainable manner. We are not facing to treat them as the enemy, but to make them to be convenience in human life. That we have to create or construct the society for 5.0. Yes, next. At the same time, we are now facing of educational relevance still low. For instance, percentage of higher education graduates are not in line with employment in the labor market, as we seen among Diploma 4 up to Diploma 1, only half that in line with the labor market of their skills. So this is for us to determinants of educational relevance in higher education, of course. First, how to have increase the quality of the graduates, and second, to the adaptability of the study program to the market needs. So we have to have the latest needed of the market needs of the skills needed by the graduates. And the third, we have to collaboration on curriculum development with industry. This need a hard process, and at the same time we have to generate skill for the dynamic for job market for the student, and of course it's a must also to have a collaboration globally of university internationally. I mean, UNNES. And ladies and gentlemen, so how is university of the future? So to me, to our perspective, education for an industrial revolution 4.0 have to integrate it with the construction of education for society 5.0. It's primarily driven by key levers that would help redefine the presence of higher education system, that's our employability, student experience, research excellence, collaboration, and society itself. So preparing the society itself is also a mass program that we have to concern. And next, so the fundamental question that needs attention is how the role of university as an institution in preparing its graduate enter the society for 5.0. Okay, so I would suggest that there are 3+ that need to build. First is data literacy, the ability to read, analyze, and use information or big data in the digital world. So the second, the student have to has technological literacy, understand technology application, how to coding, artificial intelligence, machine learning, engineering principle, and biotech, and so on. They have to aware, they have to literate in this item. And also the third is humanity, human literacy. Humanities, communication, problem solving, global collaboration, and the plus is we have to inspiring them and motivating them to be a lifelong learners. So enjoy every learning process and continuous learning. This have to be remain strictly to them before they graduate, and when they are graduates, they keep on this for capacity. So next, we have to remind them also that that robot will not get rid of job. Nothing can replace human. Intelligent who is more creative, they are more creative, they are more flexible and able to adapt to change. Yes, next. So most important to us, higher education is the value God that cannot be changed by the robot or the intelligence. So overwhelming in community, we have to realize they do not have access to it. So it is broke about by a wall barrier created by many things, such as government resisting some people to be represented, for instance, and also we know industry is also controlling most of the resources, and we have to acknowledge that intellectual also academician also dominating the knowledge. So here is the role of higher education is to play as a value guard to breed interest of different parties. I will tell you how later. Okay, next. First, on our perspective in building the society 5.0, we have too few who to be knowledge producer. Until now, we know university are considered as a science and knowledge producer. It follows a rigid procedural method that they claim universities as the best party who understand what is good knowledge for society. They offer science and technologies they produce while delaying knowledge from other society. That's the reality. It is the time now to recognize knowledge coming from society and admit the society equally, admit the society knowledge equally with that of university, and looking them also as other knowledge producers. So next, higher education has to promote this view. What UNNES done about that? Yes. Next, UNNES tried to, Universitas Hasanuddin tried to transforming UNNES itself in facing society 5.0 by formulated the trial of strategic steps not only center on the activity of Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, but also in other like mutual collaborations in research, teaching and learning, student mobility, and wider advocacy, internationalization among university and others. Yeah, and in this manner, yes. Next, UNNES tried to transform our vision and mission to be UNNES perform in three posts. Yeah, first UNNES to be knowledge self-refer, and second UNNES has to be a common university, and the third UNNES have to perform as human university. These three reformulation of such mission from the conventional one. Yeah, next. I will try to explain about, yes, next. What we mean that UNNES has to perform as knowledge servers, meaning that knowledge servers implies that UNNES does not imperatively directing the stakeholders and community to choose science, knowledge, and technology produced. Instead, it is UNNES has to be actively producing, conserving, and making it available. And the second, in the relation to the education, the teaching learning mode shift from teacher-centered to student-centered learning. move from institutional based to outcome based. We move teacher to facilitate to provide learning environment. And this mission has been translated into a number of education and research programs, as well as management of education and research. This is our performance of UNNES to be as a knowledge server. And the second, how UNNES perform as an entity that perform to be a communiversity. Hence, this communiversity implies as an equal important position between university and communities. We have to reduce the gap between community and university. In the community development, university are not necessary as a sole role of knowledge, but both university and community or societies may produce knowledge together. We have to embed it, integrate it. And this mission has been translated into a number of research, number of community development program, community social responsibility, university social responsibility program, and also in the management program. Yes, next. And how we perform to be human university. Human university to us is considered as a concept of balance in humanity and science in higher education. So every faculty now try to define their mission to adjust to this mission. Such for Faculty of Faculty of Medicine, their name is their message is from digital medicals as to be digital and humanist medical centers. So they try to be adjust with our performance as human university. So UNNES to perform this, UNNES has responded to human university by conducting many activities. The most is the thematic student services, student study services like KKN thematic, such as we send the student develop KKN COVID, develop the KKN for anti-stunting. The students also involved in KKN to disaster management problem. We send students for KKN in the location of conflict like in Poso and so on. And doing such society activities to be disaster volunteering, handling COVID-19 in campus and also in community. That's some instance. Yeah, next. In this performance as knowledge server, as communiversity and human university, we try to build the sense of student toward solidarity, empathy, trust, and awareness. Here, of course, we cannot manage by ourselves, but instead of we integrated to the alumni, stakeholders, government, and academicians itself. So to bringing our student to such feeling. Okay. Next. This is given. I give some picture of university activity where we're sending students to become mediators in the conflict location in Poso. We work to get support by the General Army of the Indonesia General Army. And here in the middle, we send students also on 2011 as a volunteer in tsunami at Japan. And we also having donation activity to students and alumni to make fund to help the people in the disaster area or so on, or pandemic situation and so on. And next, And the most important also, let the student aware to a pandemic problem for currently situation, how to help the people. Like we develop the practitionation for the people and for nakes, tenaga kerja, tenaga medis, and inform the student to develop the innovation with the researcher. And also we let the student follow the international cultural program to develop, to learn from the people. For instance, UNNES, we student learn to make traditional boat from Sulawesi that named as Finisi. This boat has been known a long time to bring Bugis sellers to many countries. So we let the student to learn from the people, and then we let the student also learn from the fishermen about the traditional seaweed cultivation. They learn, but at the same time, they educate also the traditional process to become more modern and high quality. So they learn from local knowledge and things that have to be developed, to be modernized, to be standardized. They do, of course, advertise, also lecture at the sisters, advise the student at the location. And I think this next, the end of my presentation, to complete that the driver of change in higher education are the globalization in general, impact of information and communication technology and society. Society 5.0 focus on application of technology in constant development and innovations simulated for Industry 4.0 to solve market and problems such as population, problem of aging population, natural disaster, social inequality, problem of security, and also a problem to how to improve people quality of life. And the integration of technology with society will be crucial, as it is relevant to use drone deliveries, artificial intelligence, big data, autonomous trucks, robotic, and so on for the near future to make more benefit to humanity in sustainable manner, convenience, and to be integrated in our healthy life. I think this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Dwia. I think that's very informative and insightful presentation. And I love your ideas about the university activities. I think we're going to discuss about it more during the Q&A session. So ladies and gentlemen, before moving on to the second speaker, I would like to remind to all distinguished guests and participants, you may send in your questions at any time during the presentation, and then I will collect these and address them to the respected speakers at the end of the presentation during the Q&A session at the end of the session. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the second speaker for the second panel. The next speaker is Professor Tuen Seng Su, Senior Vice President of National Yunlin University of Science and Technology, Taiwan. He received his PhD in Industrial Engineering at University of Texas at Arlington, with specialties on computer integrated manufacturing, supply chain management, and production management. Currently, he is serving as a distinguished professor of Department of Industrial Engineering and Management at UNTAC. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Tuen Seng Su.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure
to share this talk with you. I would like to share some of the experience and the work that we did in UNTech. My presentation today including 4 parts. Okay. Actually, a couple years ago, we set up we set up a vision. You're trying to become the next generation of technological university in 2023. Okay, and we are trying to what we are trying to do is that we are trying to make our university become a organization linked to the industry. And we also like to become a school attending student needed and become an institution integrate distinguished future. Okay, so the strategy that we did that is try into we make cross link with industry, which we set up UNTech Industrial Research Institution in order to do that. Also, we established a new college we call Future College that I will explain later on. And on the other side, we also try to increase the diversity of our student bodies. We try to establish multiple admission programs, and we also have a dual education system. So this is a new building on campus. We call that UNTech Dream Hub. Actually, that is a basis to has a strong linkage with industry. In order to do that, we also set up operation center, industrial academic operation center. In this center, one way is that we're trying to encourage all the research lab to make their research result become commercialized or maybe become to implement by industry. So we eventually we encourage them to become a school management enterprise. In order to achieve that, we set up another team to support them, including the team for IP and legal center, including a team for marketing and promotion, or even we're trying to help them to get an angel or venture capital funding. Okay, so by doing that, I think we have pretty good result in many ways. Both, for example, we have a very significant result about the technology development, which can be used by the industry. And also, our supporting team is always trying to promote our research result to the marketing. And then, also we also have a virtual team cultivation to help them. And like I mentioned, from student side, from teaching side, we also have some innovation. We set up a new college we call Future College. The difference between our traditional faculty system is that, in fact, in traditional faculty system, maybe we have 50% focused on theory teaching and 50% on practical training. But in future college system, actually the curriculum is kind of based on individual education requirement. It's more flexible. And one characteristic is that all the students in college, in future college, they need to participate. We call it industrial parent training system based on problem solving education system. Okay, so in this case, all the students in future college, they can do their own project, and basically let's more focus on practice instead of theory. So as you can see in this diagram, in traditional college, maybe the student is like the most of college we did is focused on theory, but in future college, it's kind of practice-oriented education system. We have a more flexible, more individual-based curriculum. And in order to do that, we use the research center to perform our problem-based learning system, trying to link and integrate the university student and faculty into industry in order to enhance our industry and university collaboration. Okay, so by doing that, actually we got a pretty good result. Like we just mentioned, we set up office we call industry academic collaboration. The service provided from this office is they always trying to find the need and also try to integrate the research resource to meet the industry need, and doing some matchup meeting, and then we trying to have some implementation to our research result to industry by doing some kind of cooperative project to do that. Okay, so this is a result that by doing that, as you can see, there are many areas, many teams that we have a very good research result and capacity to help the industry. For example, in one area is in intelligent recognition. There are around 60 professors involved in this team, and they already perform 168 projects with the industry. In other area like artificial intelligence, like smart health, like 5G, we also have very good result. Okay, so we are trying to establish those kind of research group or research team together in order to enhance our capacity and capability to help the industry to enhance their productivity. Okay, so this is one example to showing that by integrating the professor and the research result. For example, in artificial intelligence, we use our technique in many applications like identification, prediction, compensation, or even implementation. Okay, so by doing that, let me show you some of our result and performance. Actually, the result is quite good. As you can see, the Time Higher Education published a result in 2020 September. InTech performance on industry income has ranked 28th in the global university, ranking among 1,500 universities and 93 countries. And also we ranked 58th in 2020. And you can see the funding that we, the funding and project that we got from a sponsor from industry is kind of increased every year. In last year, we have a lot, almost like 1 billion funding of money into sponsor from industry and maybe some of the Ministry of Science and Technology. Okay, and also the company we get involved and cooperate is not only for small business, but also some of them are a major union and even a state-owned company. We also have similar project going on. Those are examples that we are trying to contact with or even to cooperate with our company. Actually, we are quite positive and quite active with those companies by doing exchange meeting, skill exchange meeting, and maybe visiting or some kind of exhibition. Okay. And finally, I'd like to show you some of the cases. We call that is Overseas Science and Technology Innovation Center. We had established between Taiwan and Yan'an. This research center kind of is focused on environmental protection. Okay, and the purpose for doing that is we trying to have a close collaboration between different university. Right now we have a center established between Taiwan and Yan'an, trying to do cultivating professor talent, and also trying to do some research together, and maybe even have some paper published. Okay. Because this project is focused on environmental technology, so not only water quality, soil, air, and chemical substance are all including in the research area that we work together. Okay, those are the topic, a few examples that we already discussed. We already have some team, some faculty member work together. And as you can see in this slide, we already doing some matching job and some discussion. Actually, in Yan'an, they got several different departments. Also in Taiwan, UNTEC, we also have 3 departments involved in this project. And we, in addition to the department and faculty, we also have some research center cooperate together, and even some association is included in this project. Okay, I think that's what I'd like to share, and thank you for your listening. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor Twensen Su, for your presentation and for your views and ideas, in delivering the material related to the university, how UNTEC adapt and then try to engage more with the industry partners. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for me to address some questions coming from the participants and distinguished guests. So actually I have already a question here coming from Mrs. Retnoningrum Hidayah. She is an assistant professor of the Faculty of Economics. So I'm going to address this question to Professor Tuya. So in the era of 5.0, Society 5.0, which is sophisticated and very intense in terms of the technological exposure. So what is an effective learning model, specifically at UNHAS, Universitas Hasanuddin, to guide students in avoiding plagiarism or to produce students with have good integrity, discipline values, and positive attitude? So please, Professor Tuya.
Thank you, moderator, Pak Sandi. Yes, thank you, Professor Naning Hidayah, for the question. Well, I try to share what is my idea. So during, we try to construct them to ready facing society 5.0, the effective model learning model is, as I mentioned before, we try to create our student-centered learning to do more, to let them engage also, not inside the class, but engage to the problem faced by the society. So aside of that learn from the class, they also have to learn how to concern how to can solve the problem faced by the community, mostly where they are located. So yeah, the most important in student-centered learning is the outcome-based, where the important thing is they're aware of the real problem faced by the closest community. Of course, related to their skill, their disciplines, and so on. So they have to practice their science and their skills to face directly. That was why we create the STL Student Center Learning Model. Some portion they learn directly, guided by the facilitator, the lecturer, through the community. That's what we let the student. For instance, during the pandemic, students from Faculty of Public Health, for instance, they have to perform services independently in their respective location. In a certain time, the lecturer guide them together with other students who stay located at the nearby location of them. So they discuss and guided by the advice by the lecturer, and they reported of the problem faced by the community during the pandemic, and lecturers will give our first guide or advise them how to solve, and then after they make a report of what they did, what have been done for the community. That's one way that we did. And another many things like for the clinical skill practice. So they also engage with helping the problem of the community directly. So I think that's what I can share for your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tuya. So next question I would like to address to Professor Chen. It is related to the industry and academia engagement. So could you please share how do you develop your institutional capacities in terms of collaboration between the industry partners? How the curriculum and maybe the pedagogical framework respond to this new type of model or approach, please.
All right. I think what we did is we encourage our professor and student to doing the research topic, which is highly related to industry needed. So actually, we have we ask our faculty to encourage the students' master thesis topic will be something like related to the problem that need to be solved by the industry company. And by accumulate those kind of experience, then the professor will have the capability to solve the problem given by industry. And in addition to that, we also call for proposal to ask the professor to write a business plan for commercialize their research technology or research result. And we will invite many senior manager to review the proposal. If the proposal has a potential to be commercialized or to become a company managed enterprise, then the university will sponsor, provide some resources, like we provide some funding, equipment, space, and even postdoctor for them to do those research. And in order to continue to accumulate the technology and continue to build up their own team. Once they become big enough, they can spin off or spin out to become their own company, and the university will sponsor for that. Will support their spin-off company. So actually, we have a mechanism to encourage not only faculty but also students to work very closely with the company, with the industry. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much. So I think I would like to wrap up, this second panel with the last question coming from Dr. Rosie, specifically to Prof. Tuya from UNHAS. So what is the top priority of Universitas Hasanuddin in the era of Society 5.0?
Excuse me, Pak Sandi, come again?
Okay.
I missed.
So what is the top priority or main focus of Universitas Hasanuddin in facing the Society 5.0?
Well, from Prof, address from Prof, question address from whom? Siapa?
Pak Rosi.
Suara. No. Prof Rosi, Pak Rosi.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Pak Sandy. Well, sorry, the signal is not good currently. Okay, what is the top priority or main focus of Hasanuddin Universitas Hasanuddin in facing Society 5.0? Well, we think the most important is to have a best graduate, that there will be the next leaders to ready construct the Society 5.0. By how? By try to divide the portion of learning inside the class and learning outside the class. Right now, the program of Merdeka Belajar is very in line with our program to let the student learn from all sources. From it's also from society itself. Learn about the local knowledge, learn about the practice in the industrious level, industrious area, our industrial cluster location, and to let them ready to solve the problem facing in the revolution industry of 4.0. Another practice is to develop their eagerness, their curiosity, and their creativity to face with era of Internet of Things. So in this meaning that we have to make this, the student ready to be a partner of the artificial intelligence. They are ready to be a partner of robot. In this sense, they can work after they graduate to make the all Internet of life to be more convenient to human life in sustainable manner. And during the pandemic, we reset this priority to be more, to emphasize more, to let them can solve the real problem by their engagement to the people. So right now there are students from our university coming from several parts, eastern part of Indonesia, either from Papua, from Kalimantan, in remote areas. So they can report what the real problem faced by the community surrounded area where they are staying. So this will be as a theme for the lecture to be discussed together with other students in the same class. This, for instance, one case is how to make them ready as a leader in Society 5.0. So still keep on student-centered learning model, but we give more portion to study outside of the class.
Thank you, Professor Tuya. Thank you for your answer. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's wrap up our second panel. Thank you so much for the honorable speakers, Professor Tuya and Professor Tuan Seng Su, thank you for your time. Thank you for your insight and your sharing. So thank you also for all participants. Before moving on to the next panel or final panel for today's event, so I would like to provide you with some congratulatory videos from our university partners, because the collaboration between university partners and UNNES globally now is getting stronger for years to come. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look.
Distinguished members of Universitas Negeri Semarang. I am Professor Dr. Paul Pauli, President-elect of the Julius Maximilians University in Würzburg, Germany. I'm very pleased to send my warm congratulations on the occasion of the 56th anniversary of your university. UNNES and our university both embody tradition and future. We are facing lively times with many exciting things to come and to challenge us. In an increasingly globalized world, it is for our university of greatest significance to further our collaborations and networks on an international level. The UNNES embraces international partnerships and the development of international standards. We are honored to have the opportunity to deepen our collaborations by contributing to the University President's Forum in 2021. I would like to thank you all for your great commitment and your valuable effort to collaborate with our university and thereby strengthen our fruitful partnership. Our students, as well as our faculty, benefit enormously from this productive exchange. I wish UNNES all the best for its anniversary and many more years to continue successfully and prosperously. I'm looking forward to expanding our ties of academic exchange in the future. Thank you very much and all the best to your anniversary. From Würzburg, Germany.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tabi pun Rektor dan Sivitas Akademika Universitas Lampung mengucapkan Selamat Dies Natalis ke-56 Universitas Negeri Semarang. Semoga UNNES semakin berkembang pesat menjadi kampus yang mampu menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul, serta mampu berkiprah dan berkontribusi nyata dalam meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. UNNES gemilang, Indonesia maju. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello everyone, Bahasa. Greetings from Jian Zhonghong, Professor of Central China Normal University, Wuhan, China. With great honor, I attended your international seminar ISEHT last week, and there I got to know that you are going to celebrate the 56th anniversary of Semarang State University, Indonesia. Hereby, I would very much like to express my best regards to the Rector, Professor Dr. Fadul Rahman, and to you all, teachers and students of the university. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all of you who are still joining us at the University President Forum 2021. So now we are in the final session of the UPF. We have three incredible speakers in this final session. Dr. Murianto Amin, Professor Stephen Marston, and Professor Dr. Paul Pauli. So the first speaker will be Dr. Murianto Amin. He is a rector of Universitas Sumatera Utara, Indonesia. He earned his PhD in political science from Universitas Indonesia. He's actively engaged in many organizations such as Indonesian Political Science Association, Center for Election and Political Parties, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Murianto Amin.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore. Salam sejahtera for all of us. Thank you, Mrs. Sandi Arif. And then Prof. Fatur Rahman, I would to say congratulations for 56th anniversary University Negeri Semarang. Especially to our speakers and then Mr. Handy, the Vice Rector for in UNNES. Here I would like to share my presentation. Okay, the major in this forum is Globalization Society 5.0 in higher education. I would like to present how to the globalization and the relevance in higher education. And then we present what we would do, and then what we've done about the globalization society and higher education. The first, globalization must be understood as a complementary process of community interactions, life change that are increasingly developing and unpredictable and require individuals and communities to be connected. To develop and be connected, the individual and society must have objectives, their ideas and innovations to be able to provide solutions to social problems that occur. And then objects, ideas, innovation is the most fundamental about the globalization that we have to respond to. The things that have contributed to the development of globalization are technology, infrastructure, and understanding of digital literacy. In supporting this, the role of higher education is needed in facing globalization that is happening. Higher education is the starting. Higher education is the starting for the investing of human resources that can help solve problems. Therefore, the word of higher education is required to produce human resources who have creative thinking abilities and can communicate with others so that they can always adapt to the outside world. Then higher education must be done about the developing human resources, because some problems we have to take or to make each of solutions. Globalization can be defined as the movement and development of society, objects, and informations caused by increasing barriers in the world. Globalization affects human interaction, including the economics, culture, people, the environment, as well as information and communication technology. The entire process of globalization becomes a daily experience that occurs in many places. This is Andin said in 2050. Globalization is one of the some kind of the movement and development of societies, because that we must be prepared our abilities, and then many factors we can improve our abilities for facing the globalization. And then if we look that the society 5.0 is the peak of the relationship between cyberspace and the real world. In the information of age 4.0, people can access cloud services, cloud databases in cyberspace by using the internet networks to retrieve and analyze this information or data, the data processing information or the data collected in cyberspace. Artificial intelligence AI that can produce a variety of products will be analyzed for later use by the community. A person search by navigation system, a person's analyze information, robots produced under control of human. This can be the one of a clues. Then analysis big data AI. It is the sensor input for the automatic driving car. AI propose a person automatic production by robots in factory. The revolution industry 4.0 can conduct in the global society in 5.0. Universities has been part of globalization for decades. They are existing as a place to acquire knowledge, learn, unlearn, and relearn cannot be debated. However, in the area of globalization, the role of universities has changed from national development to contributing and production. Universities became autonomous, less dependent on state funding, and market-oriented in their operations. This is the practices 2030. We can say the university is one of the institution to make some production in autonomous. Higher education is developing rapidly to stay relevant to globalization. External influence bring about changes where the higher education process change from internationalization to globalization. The internationalization of education implies the delivery of knowledge, skills, and values which have universal application. Universal application in this international of education implies people knowledge and culture crossing borders as a market mediated process, and originating from the global market. In other words, higher education becomes an entity that functions based on the operating principles of the market process. Partnership between universities is a high priority agenda in globalization. Partnership allow groups to cooperate together and obtain mutual benefits from sharing experiences and valuable information. These initiatives carry various activities in the academic field, such as research, teaching, professional development, and mentoring. Not just the academic traditions, but partnership in universities is also extended to non-academic section like community services. This is the short presentation that we have, and then I show the activities of University of Sumatera Utara in global presence. We have cooperated with Erasmus Plus in the Newton Fund, and then Advance Inspire, JICA, Spirit, Erasmus, and many programs cooperate with the Erasmus Plus. In the past, international grant joint project in the past and ongoing, Erasmus, Newton Fund, JICA, Erasmus Plus, has JICA, UNESCO, Ford Foundation, USAID, Newton Fund, USAID. This is one international grant we have joint project. Capacity building higher education atau CBHE with the University Sumatera Utara advanced into 2050 until 2080. Inspire, United, Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, Industrial 4.0, and Spirit. This is until 2023. This is a project title Advancing University Financial Management Practices in Southeast Asia, 2050 until 2080. UA, Johnson University into University, Alicante University Spanyol, Saarlande University in German. In the Southeast Asia, we have cooperated with 3 countries, Indonesia, Thailand, and Malaysia. Indonesia in 2 universities, Universitas Sumatera Utara and Universitas Gadjah Mada. In Thailand, Kasesat University and Narasum University. Malaysia, Universitas Teknologi Mara and Universitas Putra Malaysia. Inspire, Introduction Social Entrepreneurship to HEI Indonesia, 2016 and 2020. In UA in Indonesia, UA is a joint corporate with the Joannum University Graz, Austria, Alicante University, Krakow University. In Indonesia, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Universitas Andalas, Universitas Parahyangan, Universitas Udayana, Universitas Bali Tangi. In another program, project title United, Engineering Knowledge Transfer Unit to increase students' employability and regional development. It is the same with Inspire. Many projects in the United can be benefit from the member of United program. Data science and AI, this is only 3 universities in Indonesia, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Institut Teknologi Bandung, Universitas Syekh Kuala, joint venture with the Athens University of Economic and Business, Leiden University, University of Minho, Portugal, Hellenic Professional Informatics, and Informatics Society in Thailand, and then Sri Lanka for the data science and AI. Project title Industry 4.0 in Europe and 3 countries in the Asia, Southeast Asia, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Cambodia. University Teknologi Mara in Malaysia, University Teknologi Malaysia in Malaysia, University Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, dan Indonesia has 2 universities, Universitas Sumatera Utara and Universitas Syekh Kuala, and cooperate to Europe, Greece, and Italy. The spirit is Europe, India, Indonesia, Sri Lanka to make the sports and cycle education as a vehicle for inclusion and recognition in India. Indonesia and Sri Lanka. Research collaborations on the mangrove sector, because mangrove is one of the big in North Sumatra, with a Newton Fund grant, UK, Indonesia, and Vietnam, Glasgow University, Aberystwyth University, Universitas Sumatera Utara, and Toiloi University. Research collaboration in Newton Fund topic about the monitoring mangrove, conservation and restoration, and then New Fund topic risk field. We have contributed to the make some recommendation about the rice field and the monitoring of mangrove. JICA partnership program with the University of Kitakyushu and the city of Kitakyushu, environment education projects for water environment improvement in the Delhi River based of North Sumatra province. Japan, Indonesia, we have to make some building about the mangrove and Delhi River. I think this is the short presentation from University Sumatera Utara. Thank you for your attention, and I give to moderator. This forum is yours. Mr. Sandi Arif, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murianto Amin, for your insight. So now move on to the second panelist for this panel session, Professor Stephen Marston. Professor Stephen joined the University of Gloucestershire in 2011 as Vice Chancellor. He had previously been Director General, Universities and Skills at the Department for Business, Innovation and Skills. Before then, Professor Stephen was Director General for Lifelong Learning and Skills in the former Department for Education and Skill, TFES, and prior to that, he was Director of Skills Group at TFES. Professor Stephen joined the Department for Education and Science in 1983, where he worked on a range of schools, further education, higher education, and finance issues in various posts across the department. Professor Stephen worked in the Cabinet Office, Economic Secretariat in the early 90s, and between 1998 and 2002, he worked in the Higher Education Funding Council for England as Director for Institutions. Professor Stephen won a scholarship to Cambridge University, where he studied classics. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Stephen Marston.
Sandy, thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, everybody. Sandy, can I just check that you can hear and see me okay? If
Yes.
Yeah, brilliant.
Very clear.
Good afternoon and good morning from Britain. I'm Stephen Marston, Vice-Chancellor at the University of Gloucestershire, and I'd like to start by offering my very warmest congratulations to Universitas Negeri Semarang on your 56th anniversary. It is wonderful to be able to celebrate with you all of your achievements as a university over the past half century, growing to your current excellence, and to wish you continuing success for the next half century and beyond. My University of Gloucestershire in the UK is very proud to be a partner of UNNES. Our partnership has developed through a joint project known as GITA, Growing Indonesia Through a Triangular Approach, which is developing enterprise for students, staff, and business partners. And I think this is a theme that many previous speakers have touched on. Our project is a collaboration between 7 universities in Indonesia, including UNNES, and university partners in Austria, Germany, and Ireland, coordinated by the University of Gloucestershire. All of us are devoted to working together to build enterprise into the activities of our universities. We're delighted with what we have achieved together through the project, sharing insights in building enterprise skills and capabilities for our students and our staff, preparing them to contribute successfully to future economic development. I understand that the final conference for the GITA project is being held next week on the 8th of April. And from that strong foundation in the GITA project, we hope we can continue to build our partnership with UNNES and other partner universities in Indonesia, because we have so much to share and so much that we can do together in partnership as universities. And turning to the theme of this forum, what are the challenges for universities in an era of globalization during the next 10 to 15 years? The short answer, of course, is that there are many challenges, But there are also many opportunities. Universities around the world can and should be central to the way the world recovers from the coronavirus pandemic, building stronger economies, stronger societies, and stronger communities. Amongst many challenges we face as universities in trying to help our world recover from the pandemic, I would pick out 4. The first challenge is how we keep equipping our students, our staff, and our communities to understand and use digital technologies for the future. This has been a central theme for many of the previous speakers to help our university communities develop our students to survive and thrive and flourish in a digital future. The pandemic has accelerated the way we are all using technology to communicate and to do business. For me, it remains extraordinary that I can be sitting here in Britain, participating in a seminar with you in Semarang. We are over 12,000 kilometers distance from each other with a 6-hour time difference, but we can communicate easily and freely in real time through technology. For our students, this will become a standard way of learning at university and a standard way of working when they enter the labour market. But to use the power of technology and digitization effectively, we need to develop the right protocols and the right behaviours. After a year of lockdown and studying online, our students in Gloucestershire have become very aware of the limitations of learning online. Online learning works brilliantly well for some purposes, such as information giving in a large lecture. It does not work so well when students need to learn together as a collaborating cohort of learners, engaging actively with each other, supporting each other in shared learning. So this is my first challenge. As universities, I believe we need to reflect very carefully on how we use digital technologies to support effective learning for our students and to prepare them for safe and effective working in their careers and their adult lives, understanding the risks of technology in social media abuse, in dissemination of misinformation, and in cybersecurity, as well as the many, many opportunities that technology presents. My second challenge is about our role as communities. My university prides itself on our sense of community. We want our students and our staff to have a sense of belonging to our community, to enjoy being in our place, to gain understanding and skill and enjoyment from learning from and with others on our campuses. So the pandemic has created some real challenges for us in maintaining that sense of community. The upside, however, is that the experience of lockdown has made us all more aware of the importance of community and belonging. Because for many people, including our students, the experience of lockdown has been isolating, it has been lonely, it has been frightening. It has made them realise that in their view, they are not paying their university tuition fees merely to get the transactions of teaching, learning, and assessment. They are paying their fees to be able to participate fully in the whole experience of going to university, education, social, cultural, and personal. So I believe as universities, we need to think in a systematic and considered way about how we best develop as well-functioning and supportive communities. That is important for the well-being, the happiness, and the mental health of our students and our staff, and it is important for how we model and exemplify within our own universities patterns of belonging and social behaviour and human interaction, which will support the wider development of our societies. My third challenge is about how we best equip our students to become productive, contributing citizens of the future. This is a theme that many speakers have already picked up. How do we prepare our students for the lives that they will need to lead in the labour market and as productive contributing members of the labour force. A good university education is a powerful benefit in its own right. It should broaden understanding and insight. It should inspire a love of learning, expand our students' horizons, develop their intellectual capacity, and be hugely enjoyable and rewarding. These are all benefits in their own right. But these days, our students are paying a great deal of money and investing a lot of their time and energy into going to university. They expect it to lead somewhere, seeing it as an investment they are making in order to derive benefits for the whole of the rest of their lives, and particularly in leading to a good, well-paid job and a successful career. They are right to want that, and our economies need that. The pandemic has done enormous damage. Even before the pandemic, our nations were all looking to us as universities to drive high-skill, knowledge-intensive economic growth. In some ways, the pandemic has dramatically and positively raised public and government awareness of the value of university research in solving global problems. In the UK, the government has regularly said it would be, quote, led by the science. Most of that science was coming from our universities. But there has long been, excuse me, there has long been an underlying concern that as universities, we are not equipping our students well enough with the skills, qualifications, and capabilities that employers want. And as a result, economic growth is being held back. In November 2019, I attended the launch in Jakarta of a joint UK-Indonesia project called Skills for Prosperity. That project is designed to tackle precisely that issue, to bring employers and universities closer together so that supply of skilled graduates is better matched to demands in the labour market. That is also a core purpose of the GITA project I mentioned earlier in partnership with 7 universities in Indonesia. Now, this is a challenging agenda in its own right. With economies changing so fast, particularly as a result of artificial intelligence, digitization, technological change, as earlier speakers have commented, it is very difficult to predict which skills the labour market will most need in future. Students have their own ambitions about the contribution they want to make in their future careers and lives, which may not map directly onto current recruitment shortages faced by employers. And above all, some of the attributes which are most important in equipping people to contribute productively at work are not about subject knowledge gained through study on a university course. They include what we call at my university employability skills and attributes. They include teamwork, creativity, problem solving, emotional intelligence, taking the initiative. These days, very importantly, they also include personal resilience, coping with stress, the ability to bounce back, determination, and tolerance of uncertainty. So the challenge for our universities is to keep evolving our curriculum, our teaching methods, our learning resources, our assessment design, and the whole experience we offer to our students. It is not enough only to think about the information content of our teaching. We have to review the capabilities and competencies we are seeking to develop in our students so that we best prepare them for rewarding careers and successful lives in our future economies, whatever shape those economies may take. Our national living standards depend on how well we do that. My fourth and final challenge is about values. Universities are and must be values-based organizations. We have a strong sense of mission. Through our teaching, our research, and our work in the wider community, we are seeking to promote the well-being and the advancement of our societies. In this area too, the pandemic has accelerated trends that were already apparent. Our students are keen to engage in the big issues of the day. Our students have led much of the renewed momentum across the globe around sustainability and climate change. They are active in many countries in the movements for social justice and inclusion. They get involved in volunteering and community work. They are very conscious that it will fall to their generation to tackle some hugely challenging global agendas. They want to be part of making a better world. They want careers in which they can feel they are making a positive difference, including in public services as well as in business and enterprise, so that they can give something back to their communities. So what is our responsibility here as universities? If we want to play our part in shaping the future of our societies, we need to equip our students to be effective agents of that change. So those are my 4 challenges. I hope we may be able to work together in partnership in addressing them, because by working together, universities have enormous power to shape our world for the better. May I close by again congratulating Universitas Negeri Semarang on your 56th anniversary, wishing you a future of continuing success in the achievement of excellence, and thanking you for inviting me to participate in this seminar. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Professor Stephen, for your insights and your expertise related to this today's event's topic. So let's proceed to the next speaker, Professor Dr. Paul Pauli. He is a professor chair of biological psychology, clinical psychology, and psychotherapy. And then he is a president-elect of Julius Maximilians Universität Würzburg, Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Paul Pauli. The time is yours.
Yes, Sandy, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, perfectly.
Okay, perfect. So, dear distinguished colleagues and participants of the University Presidents Forum 2021, on behalf of my university, the Julius Maximilians Universität in Würzburg, Germany, in short JMU, I would like to extend my warm greetings to all of you. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to contribute to the University Presidents Forum. Thank you for this valuable opportunity to deepen our relations. Now I would like to share my screen. I hope this works. So can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. My university, the Julius Maximilian University, embodies both tradition and future. The roots of our university reaches back as far as 1402, which makes it the oldest university in the state of Bavaria, located in the southern parts of Germany. And for those of you who are international colleagues who do not know Bavaria, Bavaria is very well known first for the capital, this is Munich, and second for BMW. And BMW, the B actually stands for Bavaria, Bavarian Car Company. So that's just a kind of memory reminder for you to think about Bavaria. Since our foundation, our university has been selected by an impressive number of international leading scientists. I would particularly like to mention Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen, who was awarded the first Nobel Prize in Physics for the discovery of the X-ray here in Würzburg in 1895. He, by the way, is an early example for globalization, which is considered a characteristic of Education 5.0, because in less than 2 weeks, the sensation of his discovery had made it via media, via Vienna and London to America and Japanese newspaper, and was well received around the globe, as I said, within 2 weeks at this time. So far, 14 Nobel laureates have been worked for some parts of their career at our university. And here you see some examples of them, some pictures. Our university has more than 28 students organized in 10 faculties, with a wide range of research disciplines and academic degree programs. Altogether, we have 4,400 employees, and among them 444 tenured professors. The Julius Maximilian University is one of the leading institutions of higher education in Germany. This is confirmed by rankings of domestic and international research organizations as well as international expert committees. For example, Würzburg is 140th in the Times Higher Education ranking of world universities in 2020, and we rank in the top bracket of academic institutions in many scientific disciplines, including biology, medicine, physics, and psychology. One characteristic of Education 5.0 is international exchange. And international exchange has always been an important part of our academic life. It allows faster progress in joint research. It provides access to otherwise not available research facility, and it creates a common understanding of science. Together with numerous partners, universities around the world, we cooperate and work together and benefit enormously from this productive exchange, not only on the university and faculty level, but also on the students level. So the students also move around and exchange. For example, our university holds more than 130 university agreements worldwide and maintains more than 300 collaborative research programs and student exchange programs. Currently, more than 2,300 international students are taking classes at our university. In an increasingly globalized world, it is for our university of greatest significance to further develop and network on an international level, and we are looking forward to strengthen our collaboration with all of you, especially with UNNES. Indonesia was identified as an important partner country in Southeast Asia by the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research. The science and technology cooperation with Indonesia started in 1979 and was continuously intensified. Our university, Julius Maximilian University, collaborates already very successfully in numerous research projects and exchange programs with Indonesia and Indonesian universities, including UNNES. For example, I would like to mention the ongoing fruitful partnership between our Department of Mathematics in the field of didactics. Here, many successful joint projects were funded by the German Academic Exchange Program, continuing to the promotion of research in this field and the education of our students. Currently, we collaborate on an ongoing project named MathRobot, Mathematical Modeling with Educational Robots. And this again is a very good example of Education 5.0, of successful Education 5.0. The overall purpose of this project is to develop educational enhancement environments using educational robotics that are engaging, facilitate the acquisition of mathematical modeling abilities, and motivate further mathematics learning. This is of high significance for higher education, as technological developments have changed the way of life, study, and work, which has an impact on needs of skills in the 21st century. Seeing the characteristics of students today as the post-millennial generation familiar with IT technology is a potential on which we should build to improve the academic quality of learning. Therefore, innovations are needed to utilize the potential and existing systems to encourage students to have 21st century competences and to become lifelong learners by utilizing technology in their academic activities. Academic exchange provides an enormous potential to see beyond their own field of study and to experience and appreciate other perspectives and insights. Academic exchange constitutes an important step to create a better, well-connected world where cosmopolitan thinking and global citizenship flourishes. By studying and working in an international environment, we have the opportunity to broaden our minds, enhance our language and intellectual skills, and develop new ideas, technologies, and methods. Internationalization thus has a positive impact on all aspects of our university's activities. I would like to thank Rector Professor Fatou Rockham and the Universitas Negeri Semarang for their valuable initiative and their great commitment to develop and expand international partnerships between institutions of higher education. My university, the Julius Maximilians University in Würzburg, Germany, appreciates this opportunity very much, and we are looking forward to strengthen our collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Paul. So now we are moving to the Q&A session. I think we already have one question here for Professor Stephen Marston. Actually, this is coming from Stephanie. And then the question is, how can we improve the communication and collaboration skills since we have a very restricted interaction one another during this pandemic? Professor Stephen, please.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you very much indeed for your question, which I do think is a very important question. Sorry, am I on video? Has the video come back up? Sandy, are you able to? Sandy, are you able to see?
Yes, you are now on the video, sir.
Okay, thank you to Stephanie for a very good and very important question. Our experience here in the UK is that the experience of the pandemic forcing us all to apply distance learning and online learning techniques has created some communication difficulties. There have been some improvements. Some of our students like, for example, to be able to use the chat function. You can engage with students in a different way if you're using distance and online learning. I think many other students have actually found it difficult. It is a different form of communication compared with being in the same seminar group with other members of your learning cohort. And some of our students don't much like it. They would prefer to be back on campus. They would prefer to be with the rest of their cohort, being able to discuss together, see each other, learn together. It's a very powerful way in which you can learn. I think the lesson we are taking from this, therefore, in my university is that we have to think in the future about the best blend of these different technologies for communication. Online can work extremely well. If you're wanting to deliver a lecture to convey information, it can work extremely well. I don't think it works as well for small group, engaged, collective discussion amongst a group of students. I hope that answers your question, Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So another question, it goes to Dr. Murianto and also Professor Paul. So how in this period of disruption can higher education institutions plan to educate for the future? Maybe starting with Dr. Murianto, please.
Sorry, you can say once again, Mr. Arif?
Yes, the question is how the higher education institution plan to educate, students for the future. in terms of the digital exposure and society 5.0?
Yes, maybe we must prepare about the make some improve to stay that how to learn about industry for 5.0, and then we must to respond about the society 5.0, because we must information about our teaching and then researching, and then we can to improve our society exposure to make our student understand about the continuing society. This must can be active and reactive on social media is the second thing. Social media is gives education, provides to the ability to reach out to students before they even start. It also enables students to meet each other online, sparking friendships and working relationships, and then from the very beginning of their time at college. Now, at the first in ages 16, 25 years old, spends a lot of time on social media. It is the fact our society. It's only logical for college to use the different platform to connect with their students. Visual platforms like Instagram and Snapchat or another are great for using to communicate information, while Facebook and Twitter are ideal for promoting interaction and providing solution to concern of issues. And then to make some reality of that, we must improve our skills in the lecture, and then we can give some experience and give some education with our students how to make internet it's positive thinking and positive attitudes. This is must be more attention from the lecture and the leaders of the universities. I think that's my answer, short answer, Mr. Sandy.
Thank you, sir. So the next question to Professor Paul. Do you have any views?
Okay, but so you want me to answer to answer to the same question? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, that was a very interesting question, and I can say from Germany and from our own experiences that at least a large portion of our students asks us to educate them in this 5.0 initiatives. So they ask us to do this, and for the others, they are very skeptical on these new technologies. And our duty is to really convince the skeptical people about the advances, I think. And we can do this best by demonstrating the success. And I can perhaps come up with an example of my own research in psychology. In psychology, I started in my group to use virtual reality as a new technology to enhance communication between persons and to introduce treatment with virtual reality. And first, psychology students were very skeptical. This is a technology thing, and psychology is something where you have to be in person. But as soon as they use it and found out that it's very effective, they really like this approach. And I think this is what we have to do. We have one part of the students who really like technology and like these advancements, but we also have a large part of students, at least in Germany, I assume it's also worldwide, who are skeptical, and we have to convince them by showing them that it's useful and that they can use it successfully. And this is the goal we go for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So that's actually the end of today's forum. Thank you very much for the honorable speakers for this third panel session, Dr. Murianto, Professor Stephen, and Professor Paul. I would like to close this panel session by thanking all of you. It's been an honor for me as a moderator to be among such accomplished individuals at the University President Forum 2021. Actually, I still have one more question, but due to time constraint, I'm really sorry that I cannot address it properly. But then I'm going to send this question to the organizing committee and let them handle this maybe by emailing the relevant speakers. So I would like to take this moment to thank all of our honorable speakers for ideas and insights. Thank you to distinguished guests and participants. We are truly grateful for your valuable contribution and participation. And then I wish you all a very good evening from Sydney, Australia. My best wishes for everyone. Thank you very much, and back to the MC.
Thank you very much for all speakers and also Mr. Moderator. That were all insightful presentations and was a fruitful discussions that we had before. Now, before we actually end the sessions, we would like to hand the speakers with a virtual certificate.
Yes.
So could you please just lead this session, Senal?
Okay, for the first certificates, is addressed to Professor Tanaga Sigeo, PhD.
And then the next is for Professor Dr. Hajah Rozia Mohammed Jenor.
The next is Professor Dr. Duya Aristina Pulubuhu, MA.
The next is for Professor Chen Sengshu from Taiwan.
The next is Dr. Murianto Amin, Rector of Universitas Sumatera Utara.
And then Professor Mr. Stephen Marsden from the United Kingdom.
And the last, Professor Dr. Paul Pauli, President of Julius Maximilians Universität Würzburg, Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we believe that this is the end of this program. We hope that you all can get again an insightful and enlightening experiences throughout this event.
And also we would like to extend our gratitude to all participants for your participation and support of this program. Thank you for spending time with us today. Don't forget to stay safe, stay healthy. See you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. And the host unmute all of the participants so everybody can say hi to everybody. Thank you for all the speakers. Thank you for the moderators.
Universitas Negeri Semarang, also known as UNNES, is one of the conservation universities in Indonesia. As a world-class university, UNNES has 15 international graduate and undergraduate programs spread in 8 faculties. They are Early Childhood Education, English Education, Japanese Literature, Geography, Mathematics Education, Chemistry Engineering, Health, Sports and Recreation Education, Public Health, Law, Economics Development, Economics Education, social science education, and sports education. With its green environment, it is the perfect place to learn about conservation and enhance our awareness of nature. UNNES provides us the chance to learn a lot of things, mostly Indonesian culture, and more specifically Japanese culture, such as playing the traditional Japanese music instrument known as gamelan.
Terima kasih Pak Dendi. Pak Farid, terima kasih Pak Mustafa, Pak Wahyu, Pak Udi.
Learning the traditional Japanese dance.
Panitia bisa menutup mungkin.
With other UNNES students, we learn more about traditional Indonesian games and sports.
Yes, it has been so much fun. We have played balap karung, takiak, and played a lot of tennis, and just hanging out with the local students. It has been really nice. So nice.
I really like being a student here at UNNES. The classes are very interesting and our fellow students are really kind and friendly to us.
We play together and share happiness and joy with the kids.
UNNES is surrounded by a lot of places you can visit every day. So hang out with friends, finish your homework, or even just to enjoy the night.